Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. O God, who does wondrous things, blessed be your glorious name forever. Remake us in your image and bring our hearts under your control. Lord, infuse our senators with a love for you that will make their obedience willing, joyful, and consistent. Astound them with your limitless resources and supply all their needs from your bounty. Keep them humble with the conviction that they can't breathe a breath, think a thought, or speak a word without your mercy, grace, and power. And Lord, as the former chaplain of the United States Marine Corps, I thank you for the life and service of Robert S. Mueller III. We pray in your great name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullin of Oklahoma to be Secretary of Homeland Security.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
today I will vote for the new Secretary of Homeland Security. The entire Senate will confirm our colleague, the junior senator from Oklahoma, as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. Senator Mullins is a welcome addition to the cabinet. He is a consensus builder, and most importantly, has Oklahoma dirt under his fingernails. I'm confident that he will use his business experience and, more importantly to this farmer, his rancher experience to get things done in the Department of Homeland Security. I'm confident, as I talk to him today, about the importance of congressional oversight. And I hope he will take congressional oversight very seriously. My advice to him is be transparent and responsive to the American people. Answer our letters. Protect whistleblowers. Hear whistleblowers out. There's no way a secretary can know what's going on in the bowels of the department. And that's why when people come to you saying things aren't right, money's not being spent right, the law's not being followed, listen to them. And as I always say, run the department. Don't let the department run you. I wish Senator Mullin all the best as he takes on this new role. I know he will serve his country with distinction. I urge my colleagues to support his nomination. On another matter, Mr. President, in my years in the United States Senate, I've been a person very interested in the foster care system, serving the young people. So I'd like to recognize a meaningful initiative that the Administration on Children and Families, or ACF, launched called A Home for Every Child. ACF's A Home for Every Child initiative, quote, sets an ambitious goal of achieving a foster home to child ratio greater than 1-to-1 in every state, end of quote. I applaud this very ambitious goal, and I also have been working to beef up foster parent recruitment and retention efforts because kids in foster care deserve qualified, well-trained, and loving parents. My bipartisan Recruiting Families Using Data Act complements ACF's A Home for Every Child initiative by enabling state child welfare agencies to integrate best practices along with quality data. This will help ensure that foster youths and parents are best supported. When referring to raising a child, a common phrase is used, it takes a village. That phrase rings more true when a child experiences foster care. So I want to take this opportunity to thank First Lady Melania Trump for her work to modernize the child welfare system, and it will strengthen partnerships for youth aging out of foster care through the program entitled Fostering the Future for American Children and Family Initiatives. I also want to thank Assistant Secretary Adams for following through on his commitment to tackle foster recruitment and retention challenge that is tainting child welfare agencies nationwide. I look forward to continuing to work with the Senate Committee on Finance to advance Recruiting Families Using Data Act. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, we've been debating the Save America Act for 7 days now. And what's been made clear in this debate is how out of touch Democrats are with most Americans. Polls show that the common sense policies in the Save America Act have support from the American people. But Democrats have repeatedly demonstrated that they don't share the American people's interest in securing our elections. And despite Americans' concerns, Democrats continue to embrace transgender ideology that allows men to compete in women's sports and children to undergo irreversible, life-altering gender transition procedures. Mr. President, at the start of this debate, the Democrat leader had the audacity to say that the Save America Act is a, quote, radical bill. Radical, that's what he said. Well, Mr. President, what's radical, I would say, about ensuring that only American citizens are voting in American elections? What's radical about asking voters for a photo ID? And, Mr. President, I don't know what world Democrats are living in where keeping biological men out of women's sports is a radical proposition. What's radical is men lining up alongside women at the starting line and winning medals and trophies meant for women. What's radical is telling female athletes that they have to share a locker room with a biological male. That's radical, Mr. President. And perhaps what's most radical about Democrats' position is that they seem to have no problem with gender transition procedures for minors. Democrats are more than happy to let transgender ideology reign, even when there's little to no evidence to support gender transition procedures for minors and increasing amounts of scientific evidence about the harms of these procedures for children. But Democrats ignore the science. They ignore the fact that multiple European nations that have looked at the science have reined in gender transition procedures for minors. They ignore the stories of Americans who underwent irreversible procedures as minors and have long lived to regret it. So, Mr. President, the Save America Act is not radical. Radically common sense, maybe. So common sense, in fact, that only congressional Democrats could oppose it. Mr. President, as debate continues on the Save America Act, Republicans are also working to advance two nominees for important posts in the Trump administration. One of those is Colin McDonald, whom President Trump has nominated to lead the new National Fraud Enforcement Division at the Department of Justice. Mr. President, fraud is a serious issue. Last year, it became clear that widespread fraud had taken root in the state of Minnesota. Prosecutors are working through cases and indictments related to at least $9 billion in fraud impacting 14 federally funded programs in that state alone. And Minnesota is just the tip of the iceberg. The Government Accountability Office estimates that as much as $500 billion in federal funds is lost each year to fraud. Now, needless to say, Mr. McDonald has his work cut out for him, and he's well suited to the challenge. Colin McDonald is a career federal prosecutor, which means for his entire career, he has had only one client, and that's the American people. Until coming to Washington to work at the Department of Justice last year, Mr. McDonald spent 10 years as an assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of California. In that position, he spent a considerable amount of time trying cases in federal court, including cases dealing with fraud, money laundering, and public corruption. And his work has received notable praise. During one case in the 9th District, the judge actually interrupted proceedings to praise Mr. McDonald. None other than Judge Harry Pregerson, a notably progressive judge, said of Mr. McDonald, and I quote, "I want to commend you on your candor, your openness, and your honesty with the court," end quote. Mr. President, Colin McDonald is well suited to provide justice for American taxpayers in this role, and I look forward to confirming him swiftly so he can get to work. Mr. President, the other nominee that we'll be confirming this week is somebody we all know well, our colleague Mark Wayne Mullin. President Trump has nominated Mark Wayne to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. It's a tough assignment, made all the more challenging right now by Democrats having shut down DHS for 5 weeks. But we all know that Mark Wayne isn't afraid of a challenge. Far from it. As a young man, Mark Wayne left college to take over his family plumbing business. He grew that small enterprise into a large and successful business in the state of Oklahoma. Just a few weeks after being elected to the House, when the Oklahoma delegation was touring storm damage, Mark Wayne cut away from the other congressmen and climbed through debris to try to shut off water shooting through the wreckage. See a problem? take action to solve it. That's Mark Wayne. It's a big part of what drew him to public service. Mr. President, I think all of us are familiar with Mark Wayne Mullin's seemingly unlimited supply of energy. His workout class in the House gym is the stuff of legend. In the halls, you can find him bouncing a little pink ball to get out some of his energy. And that energy doesn't come from coffee. Mark Wayne does it all on decaf. No, Mr. President, Mark Wayne's energy is all him. But his strength, he'll tell you, isn't his own. Mark Wayne's strength comes from his wife and childhood sweetheart, Christy, and his rock-solid faith in God, both of which have made him an outstanding public servant and, most importantly, a loving father to their 6 children. Mr. President, heading up the Department of Homeland Security is a serious job, and I'm proud to cast a vote for Mark Wayne Mullin, knowing with confidence that he is up to the work and to the task. I know how much I've depended on Mark Wayne as a colleague and friend during his 3 years here in the United States Senate. And I'm profoundly sorry to lose him. But the Senate's loss is the Department of Homeland Security's gain. I want to thank Mark Wayne for his service here in the Senate and wish him the very best as he continues to serve our country at DHS. And I hope whoever gets assigned to his security detail is ready to keep up. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the Senate will soon confirm Senator Mark Wayne Mullin of Oklahoma to be our Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. The sooner he's on the job, the safer, the stronger, and the more secure America will be. Mark Wayne is a servant leader in the truest sense. His hometown is Westville, Oklahoma, population of only 1,300 people. He's the youngest of 7 children. When he was 20 years old, he stepped up to save his dad's plumbing company. He turned it into one of the largest in the state of Oklahoma. Mark Wayne is a father, a fighter, a Christian, and someone that others have known they can count on. He has served in both the House and the Senate of the United States. I'm fortunate to have worked closely with Mark Wayne on a day-to-day basis because he is a trusted member of our whip team. Mark Wayne is tough. He's hardworking. He works with others to solve problems. You always know where he stands. That's the way Mark Wayne Mullin is. On the whip team, he's played a critical role in passing the largest investment in American security in 40 years. He has been consistent in his commitment to enforce our law and to strengthen our border. Once confirmed, he's going to bring the same focus and urgency and consistency to lead that Department of Homeland Security. At his confirmation hearing, Mark Wayne laid out a clear vision. He said, "My goal is for people to understand we're out there, we're protecting them, and we're working for them." That's exactly what he should do, and it's what he will do. The Department of Homeland Security exists to protect the American people from danger. From counterterrorism to disaster relief to border security, that department protects our communities from terrorists, from illegal drugs, and from cyber attacks. Mark Wayne understands fully the full weight of that critical mission. Mark Wayne also understands the importance of trust. He has made it clear that he will be open, communicative, cooperative, and committed to working with others to get the job done. Even Senate Democrats have said they like Mark Wayne. They may have disagreed with him politically, but they acknowledge his stellar character. Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii said this month, "I like him personally." Senator Chris Coons of Delaware says Mark Wayne is well liked. Senator Peter Welch of Vermont served with Senator Mullin here in the Senate as well as in the House, and he said of Mark Wayne, he's respected, he's honest, and he's competent. At the confirmation hearing, Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona said Mark Wayne is upstanding and qualified. That kind of respect speaks to Mark Wayne's character. As the Senate considers Mark Wayne's nomination, we cannot ignore the situation facing the Department of Homeland Security today, right now, this very moment. Because right now, the Department of Homeland Security is shut down. Senate Democrats shut it down by withholding its funding. That is the cruel fact. It is the undeniable fact. The fact is, Senate Democrats have voted 5 times to block full funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Many employees are working without pay. Others have been furloughed. Families are struggling to meet basic needs. TSA agents are quitting or calling in sick in rising numbers. And as a result, wait times at major airports are rising as well. We've seen terrorist attacks in New York, Virginia, Michigan, and Texas. Pro-Iran cyber hackers successfully attacked a major medical company in Michigan. The situation remains dangerous today. The warning lights are flashing red. And Democrats would rather pander to protect illegal immigrant criminals than pay to protect American people. Mark Wayne Mullin is ready to lead. He is ready to serve with seriousness and character, and he's going to be a leader who makes our country safer, stronger, and more secure. He will secure our borders. He will fight terrorism. He will protect our cyberspace. He will safeguard our communities, and he will support the individuals who keep our country safe. Today, this Senate will confirm Mark Wayne Mullin. Then the Senate must fully fund the Department of Homeland Security because the safety and security of the American people depend upon it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
President,
Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be dismissed.
Without objection.
Okay. First, Mr. President, let me begin today by saying that my deepest prayers are with the families of the two pilots who were killed in terrible collision at LaGuardia Airport this morning. The video and audio of the collision were heart-wrenching. It's like a punch to the stomach when you listen to it. It leaves you gasping for air. I spoke with Chairwoman Hamidi of the National Transportation Safety Board, which has always done an outstanding job, impartial, in investigating these tragedies. And I spoke to her. I spoke to Chair Hamidi earlier today, and she told me the situation is under investigation. She told me that over 25 investigators are on their way to LaGuardia right now to get to the bottom of what happened. We owe it to those pilots and their families to find out exactly how this accident was permitted to happen. And I will remain in constant communication with Chair Hamindi and the NTSB, as well as local authorities as the investigation unfolds. My heart goes out to all of those affected by this tragedy. My heart goes out to the 2 pilots who were killed, and to all the passengers who were injured at LaGuardia. Okay, on Homeland Security talks. Over the weekend, and for weeks now, Democrats have engaged Republicans in good faith to pay our TSA workers, to fund DHS, while also enacting common-sense safeguards to rein in ICE. Both sides talked all weekend long. We had some constructive conversations, but there's considerably more work to be done, and Democrats are ready to keep negotiating. Democrats believe TSA staff should be paid now. We tried to move forward this weekend to pay these workers, but Republicans have blocked pay for TSA workers in a roll call vote where they all voted no on Saturday, and additionally they have blocked pay for TSA workers 7 times when Democrats tried to bring it up. It's preposterous because the chaos at our airports is simply unacceptable. Still, Democrats are going to keep working in good faith. Donald Trump, meanwhile, is trying to sabotage negotiations, demanding that talks stop entirely until Congress passes the SAVE Act, a bill that has nothing to do with paying TSA workers and nothing to do with ending the shutdown. That's right. Donald Trump is now saying we'll pay TSA only after Congress passes voter suppression. What a ridiculous thing to do. What a callous thing to do. He doesn't give a damn about the American people. He cares about his own election. He thinks this SAVE Act, which isn't going to pass, will change how the election comes out, and he uses millions and millions of Americans as hostages. How can our Republican friends on the other side of the aisle go along with this? It stinks on its face. You don't need any deeper explanation. This morning, unfortunately, Trump doubled down in Memphis, saying explicitly as possible he won't pay TSA workers and he won't end this shutdown until the SAVE Act is passed. Let's make it very clear. Donald Trump is the one standing in the way of paychecks for TSA workers with the ridiculous attempt to pass the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act, which would destroy a lot of what we know about democracy. The SAVE Act, which would disenfranchise 20 million American citizens, in all likelihood, from voting in the next election. The SAVE Act, which is designed to do, as Kirsty Noem said, to allow people to vote who we like how they vote, as opposed to others. Well, Donald Trump, your latest temper tantrum is not going to work. The SAVE Act does not have the votes to pass this chamber, and Democrats will fight it every step of the way. The SAVE Act has nothing to do with DHS, Homeland Security. It has nothing to do with TSA workers or making sure ICE follows the same rules as every other federal law enforcement agency in the country. Every other law enforcement agency uses warrants when they bust into, needs a warrant when they bust into your home. Every other law enforcement agency doesn't wear masks. Trump and the Republicans are insisting that continue, and they're saying we're holding TSA workers and millions and millions of passengers hostage. And now all of a sudden, in addition to that, Trump says, I won't move forward unless we pass the SAVE Act, which isn't going to happen, Mr. Trump. It is not going to happen. Democrats' position has not changed. We want to pay TSA workers today. We're ready to meet with the White House today to keep talking. In fact, we were going to meet this morning with Tom Homan, but apparently the White House pulled that meeting because of Donald Trump's temper tantrum. They're all scrambling around there in the White House. They don't know what to do. Their boss, the president, comes out with these idiotic statements every day, whether it's related to the war in Iran, where he contradicts himself, whether it's related to the SAVE Act, where he doesn't even know what it does. or related to what's happening in Homeland Security. We hope that Donald Trump will stop derailing these talks and let negotiations continue. Democrats want to be reasonable, and we're going to keep working in good faith to reach a solution. We need to pay TSA workers ASAP. The American people want ICE to change its violent ways. They do not want a repeat kind of violence we saw earlier this year in Minnesota. They certainly do not want to see ICE detaining passengers at airports and making things work. Donald Trump is tying himself in a triple knot on the Iran war, on the SAVE Act, and on TSA workers. And he tightens that knot around his waist last night by saying ICE should go to the airports, and then by saying that he would not go forward unless SAVE Act passed. He's making it harder and harder for himself. He's making himself less and less popular with the American people, and he's causing tens of millions to wonder what is going on in that man's head. So that's the dilemma we all face, and it's the American people who suffer. They suffer at the airports. They suffer as gas prices go up because of the Iran war. They suffer because he's threatening their democracy. Now let me talk about ICE at the airports. This morning, Tom Homan from the Department of Homeland Security said ICE agents have arrived at 14 airports, New York, Chicago, Atlanta, Pittsburgh, elsewhere. Everywhere ICE goes, trouble follows. We've seen that. And it is highly likely the airports will be no exception. No one trusts that ICE is going to make things better. Patrolling airports is not in ICE's job description. It's certainly not what they're trained to do. And let's be clear, ICE agents performing the work of TSA officers are not going to make our airports any safer. It's going to make them less safe because ICE agents aren't trained in airport security. These agents aren't familiar with the layout of the airports they're walking into. They don't know the protocols or procedures in the same way TSA workers do. It's a simple solution, Donald Trump. Pay the TSA workers so you don't have to bring ICE agents in there. ICE agents are going to miss things, and that's assuming they focus on security. What if they do what they've done in other cities and start harassing travelers, asking to check papers, check their citizenship, detain them without due process, even if they are American citizens, just as we've seen them do for months now? And I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump and Stephen Miller would encourage them to do just that at the airport. In any case, ICE's mere presence is going to inflame the situation at these airports where tensions are already high. Every time a traveler walks to their gate or stands in line at security and sees an ICE agent lurking about, they're going to be reminded of Donald Trump's chaos. They're going to be reminded of Minneapolis. And they're going to think the chaos is now coming to my city too. So Donald Trump, the more you keep ICE agents at our airports, the more you will be reminding people of how much chaos and fear ICE has already caused. It's a terrible idea that could backfire on the country and on Donald Trump. Instead of trying to replace TSA workers with ICE agents, Trump should pay TSA workers right away, get Republicans to come to a deal before the chaos gets worse. Let me repeat that because it's so simple. Instead of trying to replace TSA workers with ICE agents, Donald Trump should simply pay TSA workers and get Republicans to come to a deal before the chaos gets even worse. On Iran, Donald Trump's war with Iran now enters its fourth week. There's no end in sight. Instead of giving the American people a clear plan for how to move forward, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, continues, unfortunately, to flail. Over the weekend, Trump threatened to destroy Iran's major power infrastructure if Iran did not come to the table. Then this morning, after all the bluster and all the threats, Trump appeared to retreat, suddenly claiming there are major points of agreement with the regime, even as Iran flatly denies it. and there are no diplomatic talks. What is going on here? This is not leadership from the commander-in-chief. He's either confused, lying, or both, and that's what always happens. Whatever pops into his head at the moment, he speaks. And 2 hours or 2 days later, if he has a totally contradictory thought, he says that one. That's not the way to solve our problems. That's not the way to get Iran to do what we want them to do. He must look like a flailing fool to many of them. A month ago, the national price of gasoline was $2.93 a gallon. Today, it's $3.94, up roughly $1 in a month. Who is to blame? One man, Donald Trump. And this increase in gasoline is one of the sharpest monthly spikes Americans have seen since Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Prices had been coming down. Then Trump started a war that most of the American people did not want, and he sent prices shooting back up. Enough is enough. Senate Republicans need to hold hearings and bring members of the cabinet under oath to explain exactly what's happening in Iran. We need accountability, we need transparency, but most of all, we need a strategy and an endgame, something Donald Trump's war with Iran is dangerously lacking. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, we in a quorum call?
We're not.
Thank you. Mr. President, today is the 16th anniversary of an amazing event in the history of the United States. Millions of Americans can remember a time when access to affordable health care was just not a reality in America. It was a time when you had a pre-existing condition, you or your family, you could be disqualified from any health insurance coverage because of it. And being uninsured was a reality for those who just weren't healthy and wealthy enough to afford it. 16 years ago today, it all changed when President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act into law, opening the door to quality, affordable health coverage for more than 30 million Americans. This transformed our health care system. Suddenly, no one could be denied insurance coverage because of a pre-existing condition. Addiction and mental health coverage were no longer optional, they were required in health insurance plans. And young adults could remain on their parents' plans until they reached the age of 26. Casting my vote for the Affordable Care Act is something I'm proud of and will never forget. But now that law is under attack. Donald Trump and some Republicans in Congress have tried relentlessly to repeal the Affordable Care Act. They called it Obamacare, mocking it. And while they haven't succeeded outright, they've jeopardized its benefits for millions of Americans. Last summer, Republicans in the majority in Congress passed their so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, the Trump budget, which cut Medicaid by $1 trillion and slashed the Affordable Care Act by $300 billion, which will result in more than 10 million people in America losing their health insurance. Have you ever lived without health insurance with a family? Have you ever had a child who was sick and you had no health insurance? You'll never forget as long as you live. I've been there. To make matters worse, Republicans in Congress also refused to extend the ACA's enhanced premium tax credit last year. The fallout of that Republican decision has been devastating to millions of American families. They've contacted my office and the office of every one of us, with both parties, and explained to people what happened to their health insurance premiums because of that decision in the Trump Big Beautiful Budget Bill. Millions of Americans have had to forego insurance or watch their premiums double or triple. The peace of mind that the Affordable Care Act brought to millions of Americans is fading away, and we must build the momentum to reverse these cuts and address the shortcomings of our healthcare system. I want to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to improve healthcare for everyone, but we need buy-in from our Republican colleagues to move forward, something they have refused to do to this point. Mr. President, on a separate subject, today the Senate will vote on the nomination of our colleague from Oklahoma, Senator Mark Wayne Mullin. If confirmed, he will serve as the next Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. His predecessor, Secretary Kristi Noem, presided over a department that steamrolled civil rights and violated court orders to carry out Stephen Miller and the President's mass deportation campaign. In pursuit of that campaign, communities, including my city of Chicago, were terrorized by masked, militarized agents whose presence did not establish law and order that the President promised. Instead, indiscriminate violent roundups swept up citizens, legal residents, American citizens, people with no serious criminal record, not just the, quote, worst of the worst, which the President had promised. In the state of Minnesota, 2 American citizens were killed by these occupying paramilitary forces, the so-called ICE agents, simply for exercising their constitutional rights. Failure will be the defining feature of Secretary Noem's legacy at the Department of Homeland Security, but so too will be the lasting pain she inflicted across the country, which still bears the scars left by rogue federal immigration agents under her watch. While Secretary Noem may be gone, she ought not escape accountability for her actions. I have little hope that Attorney General Pam Bondi, weaponized Department of Justice, will pursue that accountability. But the statute of limitations for many of these crimes, including any deceptions before the Senate Judiciary Committee under oath earlier this month will exceed this president's last day in office. Senate Democrats have sought to rein in the lawlessness at DHS by recommending common sense measures that are broadly supported by the American people. Did you hear the White House announcement that they're going to take the ICE agents and send them to the airports to supplement the TSA? Well, the people with the TSA have said they're not trained to do our job. They can't read the X-ray machines. They're simply law enforcement agents of their own stripe. Interesting enough, too, they have announced that they will not be wearing masks in the airports of America. Thank goodness. So that traveling Americans and visitors to this country will not believe that this kind of justice really represents our country. We've tried to rein in the lawlessness of DHS by recommending common sense measures to change it. But unfortunately, the White House and some of my Republican colleagues have allowed TSA agents and the Coast Guard to go without pay. On 9 or 10 separate occasions in the last several weeks, we've come to the floor of the United States Senate, the Democrats, offering to fund the entire Department of Homeland Security, but for those 2 sections for ICE as well as CBP. We're going to fund the others, which would include TSA agents who've missed a paycheck. And each time, a Republican senator has stood up and objected. If they would not object, the payment would be made. We'd catch up with the payroll of these people who are performing these valuable law enforcement functions. Same thing holds true for Coast Guard and FEMA and CISA. We're not asking for much. Democrats have said repeatedly that in the meantime, we'll work with the administration for new standards for ICE that are consistent with law enforcement across the United States. How many state troopers in your state wear masks when they stop people on the highway? None of them. So the demands that this ICE agencies should be treated differently than professional police forces across America just doesn't make sense. And we've said that while negotiations continue, we'll be prepared to fund the rest of DHS. Senate Republicans have blocked us in that effort 10 times, all while our chaos at our airports grow. Yesterday, the president reportedly rejected a bipartisan offer brought to him by the majority leader, the Republican leader of the Senate, which would fund all of the Department of Homeland Security except for ICE. President Trump wants Senate Republicans to hold DHS funding hostage until the Senate passes his Save America Act. I'll save my speech on that terrible bill for another day. Instead of taking the deal, the president announced via social media that he would deploy ICE agents to airports, as I mentioned earlier. That directive caught officials at ICE off guard, and they were forced to scramble to piece together some plan. This was just amusing of the president. He announced it, and now they have to try to make it work. In response, the Flight Attendants Union said, the introduction of ICE agents into airports creates contradictory missions, as attempts to question passengers about immigration status may distract them from ensuring airport security. They continue, there's one solution that immediately solves a problem at our airports. Pay the people who are already trained to protect us today. I support that completely. We've tried 10 times on the floor of the Senate. I hope this week we'll try again. The people who are working at TSA deserve it. I agree, the people do not need more untrained ICE agents at this point. They need a paycheck to do their job. Against this background, Senate is considering whether Senator Mullin should assume his new role as DHS Secretary. The problems at DHS are larger than any one person, and I remain concerned my colleagues will not rein in their abuses. Senator Mullin has not criticized the department's past violence or tactics in the president's mass deportation campaign. He has issues with managing his temper, we've seen that, and he has virtually no experience with DHS, a sprawling agency that employs hundreds of thousands of people. I cannot look in the eyes of my constituent, Miramar Martinez, an American citizen who was labeled a domestic terrorist after being brutally shot 5 times on Kedzie Avenue in Chicago, Illinois, by a masked Border Patrol agent. It was an outrage. It is a miracle that she survived. Or Leah, the high school student from the North Lawndale High School, who has spoken out against immigration raids after her community was tear gassed and her friends and neighbors arrested by a masked ICE and Border Patrol agent. Leah is an American citizen. I cannot turn to them and promise to hold this administration to account on voting to install someone who might be another yes man who only enable this president to continue. For these reasons, I will not support Senator Mullin's confirmation to lead the Department of Homeland Security, and I yield the floor. Mr. President, I note the absence of the quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Senator from Texas.
President, are we in a quorum call?
Yes,
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
without objection.
Mr. President, this week we kick off the 2026 Major League Baseball season. While fans across the country will once again enjoy cheering on the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros, I'm reminded of the wise words of one of the great legends of America's pastime. Baseball Hall of Fame legend Babe Ruth once said, "It's hard to beat a person who never gives up." For several days now, the Senate's been debating and considering the Save America Act. This bill would simply require individuals to present proof of U.S. citizenship when registering to vote, as well as photo identification before voting in a federal election. To show how far the Democrats have gone in opposing common sense measures, one of the amendments to this bill was one that would counter Democrats' dangerous and radical gender ideology by prohibiting men from competing in women's sports. Our Democratic colleagues should be embarrassed by their opposition, but of course they're not, and they did not agree. Poll after poll shows that Americans are strongly opposed to men competing in women's sports, and Republicans will not give up on this issue, and the American people are with us. And we also will not waver on our support for the Save America Act because it will secure the nation's elections. Voter ID is just common sense. We all know that. In this country, you need an ID for almost everything you do, from boarding a plane to entering a federal building to buying a beer, renting a car, opening a bank account, renting a hotel room. Presenting an ID is a facet of almost every aspect of our daily lives. So why should it be prohibited in terms of exercising one of the most important prerogatives that American citizens can perform, which is casting their ballot? There's simply no rational explanation for why Democrats are against this. Of course, trying to think, what possible reason could they have? One is, of course, the most obvious, which is Trump derangement syndrome. Democrats have made it their mission to deny, refute, and obstruct every single policy put forward by President Trump, simply because he supports it. If President Trump supports it, they oppose it. Of course, they won't put it in those terms. Instead, they falsely claim that the Save America Act will disenfranchise voters. Well, it's a fascinating thing to me that we're anywhere from 70 to 80% of people who are polled say they support the requirement for a photo ID. So I suppose by logic, based on the Democrats' position, is that 70 to 80% of the people polled are for disenfranchising themselves. Well, obviously that makes no sense whatsoever. Earlier this week, Minority Leader Senator Schumer said the SAVE Act is not about election integrity, it is voter suppression. Plain and simple. Well, it's really interesting. You know, we have videos of then Representative Schumer, who said 30 years ago, he said, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a Social Security card. So my question to Senator Schumer is this: which is true and which is false? Both statements cannot be true. It seems that Senator Schumer is of two minds on this topic, depending on his political expediency. But we all know what's going on. We all know what's going on. The fact is, Democrats are masquerading their opposition to President Trump as voter suppression. But we all know that's not true. The only votes that will be suppressed as a result of the passage of this bill will be that of non-citizens who cannot legally vote in the first place. Now, our Democratic colleagues may say, well, it's already illegal. Well, there's a lot of things that are illegal that aren't, if they're not enforced, then that deterrence will not occur. That accountability will not occur. So let me set the record straight. The only votes that will be suppressed by the Save America Act are those of non-citizens or illegal aliens. So one other theory I've heard suggested is 4 years President Biden had open border policies, letting literally millions of people into the country, many of whom we don't know where they are or what they are doing. Occasionally we find out when they commit criminal acts against innocent American citizens. But now that President Biden has opened the borders, and what we are attempting to do is make sure that only American citizens get to vote, Democrats are opposed. The only reason why Democrats, beyond Trump derangement syndrome, would oppose this is because they want the people who came in during the 4 years of the Biden's open border policies to be able to cast a ballot. If anything, voter ID empowers Americans to vote and protects the integrity of the voting process, because every illegitimate vote that's cast undermines and dilutes legitimate voters' ballot. And by requiring voter ID, it will give people greater trust in our elections and faith in the outcomes. We need to restore the public trust in our institutions, including elections. And the more people believe that our elections are free and fair, the more they will participate in those elections, something we should all want. President Abraham Lincoln famously laid out his vision for our nation in the Gettysburg Address when he talked about a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Well, what he was talking about was government by American citizens, people who are legitimately casting their ballot, and no one else. And nowhere do these words read truer than at the ballot box, where the American people cast their vote and make their voice heard. This, of course, is how our democracy works, and it hinges on the belief that elections are free and fair and secure and ensure a peaceful transition of power. Requiring a proof of citizenship is the surest and safest way we can help build trust and confidence with the American people and instill confidence in our elections. Self-government itself means nothing without free and fair elections. And as I've said multiple times this last week, this is an 80-20 issue. But of course, our Democratic colleagues believe that 80% who support these common sense measures literally want to disenfranchise themselves, which is ridiculous. Public opinion is clear. The American people overwhelmingly support voter ID and proof of citizenship for voting. In 2025, the Pew Research Center showed 83% of voters, including 71% of Democrats, supported requiring photo ID at the voting booth. So the facts speak for themselves. Americans want and deserve photo ID. We'll continue to fight to pass the Save America Act and deliver on the mandate given to us by the American people. Mr. President, on another matter later today, we'll be voting on the confirmation of Senator Mullin as Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. In the Senate, Mark Wayne has been a conservative warrior with a proven track record of supporting the American First agenda and President Trump. He's been dogged in advocating for the good of his home state of Oklahoma, and I have every confidence he will carry out the same spirit of zeal and unwavering determination in his new role overseeing the Department of Homeland Security. As Democrats continue to hold funding for this agency hostage, we need a strong hand at the helm more than ever. We know that what the Democrats are doing in blocking the payment of appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security is endangering public safety in a number of ways. First, at the airports, where our TSA agents are overwhelmed and are not being paid. They've now missed 2 paychecks. This is a basic security measure put in place after 9/11, after the terrorist attacks of 9/11. And we know one component of ICE is the Homeland Security Investigations, which works hand in hand with the FBI to investigate domestic terrorism attacks. And so literally, by not funding Homeland Security investigations, Democrats are making it more likely, not less likely, that we'll have a successful terrorist attack on our home soil. We also know that the TSA agents had nothing to do with the differences that separate Democrats and Republicans here. In fact, their complaint is with ICE because, again, they're the open borders policy. They don't want immigration laws enforced, and so they're going to do everything they can to block funding for immigration and customs enforcement, but that also includes Homeland Security investigations. And they come out here and they offer unanimous consent requests saying, oh, we'll pay for the salaries of the Transportation Security Agency, but we won't pay to support the rest of the functions of the Department of Homeland Security, including support for FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, for the Coast Guard, and for ICE. The irony is we already passed funding for ICE in the One Big Beautiful Bill, so their blockade of the funding for the Department of Homeland Security is not going to have an immediate impact on ICE. But it does demonstrate how out of touch and how extreme the Democrats have become in their opposition to common sense measures that protect public safety. It's inexcusable to have the Department of Homeland Security, the very agency whose duty it is to protect and defend the homeland, shut down amidst all this chaos. At a time when global tensions are rising and the threat landscape is even more perilous, we can't afford to play politics with the safety and security of the American people. It's time for this to end. It's past time for this to end. This is not how the Senate is supposed to work. And this certainly isn't what my constituents in Texas nor any American deserves. So my hope is that the negotiations that are ongoing right now will be fruitful immediately, and that we will reopen the Department of Homeland Security, not for the good of any political party, but for the good of the American people. President, I yield the floor.
President,
Senator from New Jersey.
I noticed the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Senator from Michigan.
President, I move that the quorum call be initiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in just a little over a year since taking office, the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security have completely broken trust with the American people. In the last year, President Trump has made sweeping cuts to programs and personnel at the department, undermining key missions from counterterrorism and cybersecurity protections to assistance following national disasters. These actions are putting the safety and the security of Americans at risk at a time when many of the threats the department was created to address, like terrorism and cyber attacks, are on the rise because of the president's war in Iran. These cuts to critical national security missions have all been at the expense of the Trump administration's singular focus on indiscriminate immigration enforcement that has led to serious disruptions in communities all across our country. It was only 2 months ago when the country watched in horror as 2 U.S. citizens, Alex Preddy and Renee Good, were killed by Homeland Security law enforcement officers. We saw with our own eyes how officers have routinely deployed tear gas and pepper spray against Americans who were simply exercising their First Amendment rights. Secretary Noem's leadership at the department has been a disaster, and Americans want to see a course correction. But I'm not convinced that one change in leadership is enough to right the ship. President Trump and advisors like Stephen Miller are continuing to drive so much of the chaos at the Department of Homeland Security. When the president nominated Senator Mullin to lead the department, I came into the process with an open mind. However, I do not believe that he is the right person for the job. We need a secretary who has a clear understanding of the department's many different missions and a keen awareness of the challenges that the department faces. We need a secretary who's a steady leader, who won't rush to judgment without having all the facts, and who won't add fuel to the fire when there is a crisis. At a time when political violence is rising, we need a secretary who will condemn violence, not encourage it. And we need a secretary who can be trusted to be transparent and open with information to both Congress and the American people, especially when an emergency strikes. Unfortunately, I have not seen the nominee exhibit these desperately needed characteristics in his confirmation process. And I urge President Trump to reassess his administration's prior record, nominate someone who will help return the department's focus to all of its critical national security missions. We need someone who will be more than just another rubber stamp. We need someone who will be thoughtful, deliberate, and work to restore the trust of the department. Therefore, I will be voting no, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. Mr. President, notice the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Chair recognizes the senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, as we enter spring and schools across the nation approach their spring breaks, millions of families will soon be traveling. They'll be relying on our airports to travel, to visit family, to go on vacation. But unfortunately, they'll be met with longer lines because Washington Republicans refuse to pay our TSA agents. That's right. The Department of Homeland Security is currently without funding because Washington Republicans would rather see it shut down than pass common sense, just common sense guardrails on ICE. In fact, every Senate Republican present voted just this past weekend against paying our TSA agents. As a result, the American people are paying the price. And when TSA staffing levels drop because officers aren't getting paid, wait times at airport security checkpoints, well, they stretch longer and longer. This doesn't just inconvenience travelers. It undermines security and directly threatens jobs and businesses and livelihoods. And the situation is so dire at our airports that the Trump administration is going to send untrained ICE agents to our airports, untrained ICE agents, to try to do the job of our highly trained TSA agents. That's why I rise yet again with a simple, practical proposal to pay hard-working TSA agents, pay them right now. They deserve it. If we cannot move forward with funding for the entire Department of Homeland Security, we should at least be able to come together on this. The Trump administration and Senate leadership are having ongoing negotiations on the guardrails on ICE, and TSA officers should not be caught in the middle of that fight. So today I'm asking my colleagues to take just a simple step, pass my legislation right now to pay TSA workers so that commercial air travel remains safe and functional. And let me say this, claiming that you will not agree to pay TSA agents because this bill doesn't fund the entire department, well, it's frankly just an excuse. Because if Washington Republicans truly believe that, then why did they agree to literally fund everything else in our government except for DHS? If it has to be all or nothing, like they're now claiming, then why agree to fund parts of our government where we have an agreement and leave DHS unfunded? I can tell you why, because they know it's the right thing to do. They know that other government employees should not be penalized for the president's mass deportation agenda. And that's exactly why we're asking for this today. Don't penalize TSA and the traveling public for the fact that you refuse to rein on ICE and have them be held accountable, have them be trained, transparent, and accountable like every other law enforcement agent in this country. And so, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 362 S4127, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Kansas.
Reserving the right to reject. Mr. President, my colleague from Nevada asked this floor to fund TSA. She and her colleagues have voted against TSA funding at least 5, if not 6 times over the past several weeks. Republicans have voted to fund TSA, to fund all of DHS. So this just seems a bit hypocritical, I guess. As I think about the situation here, I would ask my colleague, why did it take Democrats 30 days to come to the table and discuss this issue with Republicans? 30 days. And then we started negotiations. There were some talks on Thursday and Friday between leaders of both parties. And then over the weekend, the Democrats refused to continue those discussions. Why? Was it because they wanted to go home? Well, look, we all wanted to go home. TSA officers would like to have a paycheck as well.
So it's just lost. It's not lost on me. How in the world can we sit here and try to ask us to fund TSA when Republicans have consistently voted to fund DHS? This is now the 37th day of the shutdown. Remember, DHS was formed out of the ashes of September the 11th, when we took 22 agencies and brought them together. That there was maybe some information missed that wasn't shared in September 11th, maybe that day never happens. So why would we start breaking up these agencies now and break up their funding? That we're a more secure country when we fund all of DHS, not just a part of it. So again, Republicans have voted to fund TSA at least 6 times in the past 2 weeks, and Democrats have voted at least 6 times to not fund TSA. Mr. President, therefore, I ask that the Senator modify their request so that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 156, H.R. 4553. I further ask that the substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered, read a 3rd time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Mr. President,
Does the senator so modify their request?
I reserve the right to object.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. I think we can all agree that it would be better to fund DHS as a whole instead of piecemeal, but you won't agree to common sense reforms. In fact, the President himself has said this weekend that he will not agree to any reform or funding DHS. He's holding other bills hostage. So it is on the President's desk. The President is clearly interjected himself in this by putting ICE in our airports where we can fund the entire Department of Homeland Security, continue the discussions on ICE that are going back and forth with the President and his team and leadership, and be done with it. And in the meantime, if we pass my piece for right now, we can at least pass TSA. But the President has interjected himself again. He doesn't want guardrails, and so I want to just at least prevent those TSA agents from missing another paycheck in the meantime, get ICE out of our airports, and therefore I object.
Objection is heard. Is there an objection to the original?
I'm done. I object. One more time.
Objection is heard. I recognize the senator from Nevada.
You know, I find this really disappointing. Paying our hardworking TSA officers shouldn't be controversial. It's not partisan. The funding isn't controversial. People in my state and every state waiting 3 hours, maybe more than that. They're missing their flights. And everyone here has the power to do something about it. My Republican colleagues have the power to do something about it. They don't have to wait for the President. So if Washington Republicans, my Senate colleagues, really want to do what's right by their constituents, by the TSA workers, you would have passed my bill to pay TSA officers instead of punishing them and the American people because of your inaction. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the McDonald nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we're talking again about the SAVE Act. This simple piece of legislation focuses on 2 key ideas. That if you're an American citizen, which is required by law, you just show it. I call that the trust and verify portion of the bill. The 1965 Voting Rights Act begins with the statement, all citizens. It is already required under federal law that you have to be a citizen of the United States to vote. We've all agreed on that. There's no one disputing that. Republican, Democrat, Independent, we all agree American citizens are the ones that should decide the future of America. What we disagree on is, should we check? Or should we just trust that it actually is true? I've shared in this body before that in Oklahoma, we passed a statute several years ago saying that if you go to jury duty and you tell a judge, I'm not eligible to be able to serve on a jury because I'm not a citizen in the United States, in Oklahoma, we then check to see if you're registered to vote. And we found quite a few folks that tell a judge, I'm not a citizen, but told the election board, I want to vote anyway. Well, that's not illegal, but in Oklahoma, we purge the voter roll when that happens to be able to make sure those individuals that have already given sworn testimony they're not a citizen are not also registered to vote. That's not true everywhere across the country. Lots of folks just say, we just trust, but we never verify. We actually don't clean up the voter roll at all. There are some states that it's really fascinating to me, like Arizona. Arizona has a state law in place right now that says every person that registers to vote must also prove their citizenship. This already exists right now. New Hampshire has a law that says every person that registers to vote has to show they're a citizen. This is not crazy policy. This is already happening in some of our states right now, that they have to be able to show they're a citizen. In Arizona, though, it's a very interesting thing. In Arizona, you can register to vote for a state election or a county election, and you've got to be a citizen. But if you want to vote for a federal election, you don't have to show that you're a citizen. You want to talk backwards. This was a case that broke out there in a court case for them where they established, oh no, you've got to show that you're an American citizen to vote for the governor of Arizona, but you don't have to show that you're an American citizen to vote for the President of the United States. If we can figure out how to be able to do registration, to be able to protect the rights of individuals in Arizona, to be able to vote for their governor if they're an American citizen, surely we can do this all over the country. The Save America Act is simple. It just says it's already the law that you have to be an American citizen to vote. Let's just verify it. The state of New Hampshire is not trying to limit the number of people voting. They're just following federal law. Then the second part of it, pretty simple. You have to show ID to vote. Now, 36 states already have this requirement. Let me just run through what this means. There are already 36 states that say you have to show an ID. Now, some of them are very narrow that they say you've got to have a specific type of photo ID on that. That's Arkansas. That's Georgia, Indiana, Kansas, Mississippi, Montana, Nebraska, Ohio, Tennessee, Wisconsin. They all have in their state law, you've got to have a certain type of photo ID to actually qualify you to be able to show up and to be able to vote. Multiple other states have some other limitation where it's a photo ID may be preferred, but they can also bring other IDs. That's Arizona, North Dakota, Utah, Wyoming, Alabama, Florida, Idaho, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Missouri, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Texas, Washington State, West Virginia, Alaska, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Oklahoma, Virginia, and Pennsylvania. This doesn't seem very controversial to me, If you're keeping count on fingers and toes you ran out a while ago, it's 36 states. 36 states already have some kind of requirement for ID to be able to vote. This has got to be the most non-controversial proposal sitting out there to say, how can we disagree when 36 states already do this? But for some reason in this body, it's controversial for us as a nation to do what 36 states already do. So we bring this to the body yet again, as we have now for days and days and days. The American people are just not offended with pulling out an ID at an airport to be able to get on a plane. They're just not offended by showing ID when they walk into a federal building. They're just not offended by pulling out an ID in some places when they're going to write a check, for those that still know how to write a check in America. It's just not that offensive to be able to pull out some sort of identification. And state after state after state have shown this doesn't limit the number of people that can show up to vote. It just limits the amount of fraud that can happen in that state when people vote. You just can't walk up to a polling place and say, my name is, and pick a name. You've got to show something with your name on it to vote. It's pretty straightforward. 36 states already agree, and they've already put this in practice. So all we're trying to say is, can we continue this as federal law? I think we can. Not just saying it's federal law, but actually verifying that it's actually applied. I'm a big fan of the phrase trust and verify. That's all that this does. I would hope at some point we'd have a breakthrough here. But in the meantime, I'm going to continue to be able to come back and to say, why can't we all agree on what most Americans nod their head and say, that's a pretty good idea, and just get it done? Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I would note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Georgia.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I could not help but respond in real time to my very able colleague from the great state of Oklahoma. I really wish things were as simple as my Republican friends would have us to believe. They want us to believe that this is simply a basic voter ID bill. Let me say the same thing I said several days ago. I believe that you should have to prove that you are who you say you are before you vote. But this is not a voter ID bill. This is a voter suppression bill. They really ought to call it what it actually is. They ought to rename this bill, "Your driver's license is not enough to register bill." Not only is your driver's license not good enough in most states, except those states where your citizenship is a part of your driver identification. That's literally a handful of states. You will not be able to register to vote using your driver's license. You will not be able to register to vote using your student ID. You will not be able to register to vote using your military ID. Let's be very clear. The Republicans know that their policies are failing, that they have kicked 15 million Americans off of their health care, that they have doubled health care premiums for some 22 million Americans. They have dragged us, or they have enabled this president to drag us into a war, and he can't even explain why we're there. And they want to make it difficult for everyday Americans to hold them accountable. This will not stand. It will not succeed. This bill especially disenfranchises women. There are many people right now, listen to me at home, who are registered to vote right now, and you say, well, I've never had to prove my citizenship in order to vote. You will after this, if this bill is passed, you will. If you move, you'll have to re-register. If you change your name, if you get married, you'll have to register to vote as we do. And all of a sudden, your driver's license will not be good enough, even though you've been voting for years, decades. That will not be good enough. Imagine being a woman, your birth certificate does not match your current name, and so you got to go drag out documents that you haven't seen for years in order to certify that you are a citizen. And the question you ought to ask is why would they go through all of this? Why is this necessary when there is no evidence at all that we have some major problem of voter fraud through voter identification? It is already illegal to vote if you're not a citizen. It's illegal. They will deport you. You will be prosecuted under law if you register to vote and you are not a citizen. If you try to vote, you're not a citizen, it is a crime. You can be deported. And they're trying to convince us that there are droves of people in this country who are willing to risk deportation, risk being arrested, risk the abuse that we are seeing visited upon American citizens by ICE agents in real time, that they're willing to risk all of that in droves in order to change the outcome of an election. It defies credulity. And it's simply not true. Donald Trump wants to meddle with the outcome of the midterm elections because he knows that he is losing. And citizens who are watching this right now, not only ought you to reject this, as we're doing on your behalf, you ought to register in droves. and put this nonsense to an end. Democracy is the very house we live in. It is the place in which we get to fight for the things that we say matter. And little by little, they are chipping away at the democracy itself. Let the people speak. Let people cast their votes without having to jump over all kinds of unnecessary barriers. Why would you disenfranchise hundreds of thousands, millions of Americans while chasing a problem that does not exist? Why are you so afraid of the voices of the people? I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle. The most powerful words in a democracy are, "The people have spoken." We must ensure that no voter suppression bill prevents them from speaking. I yield the floor.
To recognize the senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I, like you, I know, are incredibly frustrated at the lack of funding to one of our most important agencies in the nation, the Department of Homeland Security. And due to my Democratic defund, disorder colleagues, the political antics that they have thrown up to block funding to this incredibly important agency is being done at the expense of protecting Americans. We are now in week 6 of an ongoing DHS shutdown. And while our country is actively fighting an adversary in the Middle East, it leaves our homeland vulnerable to attacks. Thousands of DHS employees have now missed multiple paychecks because of the show. And at the same time, security efforts around the Capitol are being increased. So Democrats get to hide here in Washington, in the Capitol, safe and sound, while blocking funding to individuals around the nation who can help protect Americans and keep our country secure. Let's not fool ourselves. Floridians, Americans alike, know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are pushing a shutdown of DHS funding because they don't want a secure border. They don't want to remove people here that are here illegally and committing crimes. They've done everything they can to work against that. This shutdown is about way more than what they profess it to be. This is about blasting apart the security structure President Trump has rebuilt after Biden destroyed the border. For 4 long years, we watched as the previous administration disregarded the law and sowed chaos and destruction at our southern border, allowing a historic surge, some say up to 20 million people, many unvetted, to pour into this country. The shutdown has been dragging on so long because my colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle cannot stand that the border is now secure again and DHS is doing its job. They cannot stand that the border isn't wide open. They can't stand that unmitigated illegal immigration has been halted. And because of this, they are throwing a temper tantrum, disguising this shutdown as anything other than what it is, and that is a mission to defund police. Under Biden's watch, approximately anywhere from 11 million to 20 million people flooded into this country. Narco-terrorist cartels were enabled to bring massive amounts of deadly substances like fentanyl into our neighborhoods. It killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. As the Attorney General in Florida, I was among the first to call attention to the disregard of law and fought in court against the massive security breaches and showed a spotlight on how Biden and his administration disregarded their duty and put us all at risk. And I took legal action to force them to simply follow the law and stop releasing dangerous people and violent offenders into our country. That once wide open border was closed by Trump. It is closed. On day one, he took unprecedented actions to close the border and started enforcing the law again. He took action against the drug cartels and the flow of fentanyl and other dangerous drugs to keep our communities safe. Under President Trump, DHS provided the most secure border in American history. It's such a stark difference of what the border looked like under the Biden years to what it looks like today. In fact, during the last month of the Biden administration, every single month saw more than 100,000 illegal immigrant encounters at the southwest border. At the peak of the disaster, they saw upwards of 300,000 encounters a month. And we know approximately 85% of those immigrants apprehended at the border were released into our interior. And the judge who sided with Florida's lawsuit when I took Biden to court and stood up against the illegal actions of his radical administration, that judge who sided with Florida said it best, and I quote, "Biden turned the southwest border into little more than a speed bump." Little more than a speed bump. And then the American people fought back and elected President Donald Trump. Speed bump met the wall. On day one, Trump ended catch and release, and we saw 10 straight months of 0 releases. 0. Compared to its peak in 1 month by Biden, 300,000. Total border apprehensions under the Trump administration's first year in office were lower than a single average month under the Biden administration. In addition to the millions of unvetted illegal immigrants Biden let into our country, according to at least one recent report that shockingly the mainstream media isn't reporting, they allowed 18,000 known or suspected terrorists into the United States. This opens up our country to dangerous attacks from within. And the current DHS shutdown is affecting President Trump's effort to get the unprecedented number of undocumented immigrants that may be a threat to this nation and to our people out. And now with our country engaged in fighting in the Middle East and DHS hampered by my Democratic colleagues, we face unimaginable danger, and we've already seen violent attacks within our borders. In fact, DHS recently issued a memo warning Americans to be on guard against potential cyber or other violent attacks. Those attacks are already here. It is going to take time to clean up the disaster of the last administration. But we are well on our way. We were making great strides, and the other side of the aisle hates that. We know that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has been instrumental in preventing terror threats, removing more than 1,500 known or suspected terrorists. One of the saddest things that I think we learned after the last administration, and certainly as a mother, not just as Florida's Attorney General, but as a mother, we watched as hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied minors were trafficked across the border by cartels, and then the Biden administration took the last step, shipped them all over the country. From a grand jury investigation, we know that some were put with people they didn't even know. One ended up at a strip club, one ended up in an empty lot. We know many went into trafficking. It's the saddest thing imaginable for a child. Too many of these children were exploited and abused before, during, and after they came across that border with cartel members. All told, it's estimated that the Biden administration lost more than 450,000 children. Today, it's a different story. Under President Trump, DHS and the Department of Health and Human Services have located 145,000 of those unaccompanied children that the Biden administration lost. The American people expressed their will when they said, Trump is now our president. We want to secure our nation. They wanted to secure our border. And now my Democratic colleagues are obstructing the will of the American people by saying, oh yeah, you have a president that's following the law? You have a president that's taking seriously his duty to protect this country and our communities? Well, watch what we do now. We're going to defund the police. We're going to defund those agents at the border, and we're going to defund those within that are protecting your communities and helping get those that are here right now. We saw this in Chicago last week. A murder by someone here, led in by the Biden administration, here illegally, of a young college student again, and they want to tie the hands of the law enforcement officials charged with getting them out. That is nothing more than defunding the police that have taken oaths to protect you and your family. Someone needs to remind my colleagues across the aisle that the American people are our bosses. They want a safe border. They want safe security, safe communities. The shutdown of DHS has gone on long enough. We're in our 38th day. People are going without paychecks. People that are doing very important jobs, like our TSA officers, like our law enforcement officers, like our personnel at the border, thousands that are charged with keeping this country safe. And every day, the Democrats on the other side of the aisle put politics above people. They show where their allegiances lie. I, for one, know who I'm for. I'm for the American people. I'm for the people that wear a badge and keep us safe. I will always show up on this floor and make sure that the American people know who we're fighting for. The American people are our bosses. It's time we stand up for this country and for its people and put it first. And put simply, Mr. President, I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to remember why they're here, to remember the country that they profess to serve and the people they profess to serve. Put them first, and let's fund DHS. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to defend the heartbeat of our democracy, and that is, and always will be, the right to vote. From the first National Women's Rights Convention held in 1849 in Worcester, Massachusetts, to the Selma to Montgomery marches in 1965, Americans have been mobilizing and marching and chanting and fighting for generations to protect the right to vote, which is the most cherished right. And it is now under relentless attack by the Trump administration and the MAGA Republicans who sit right across the aisle here on the floor of the United States Senate. And that's why we are here today, because when you can't win by the rules, you have to sabotage. You have to manipulate the game. That's what this bill is all about. It's not the Save America Act. It's the Save Their Asses Act, because the American public is rising up in revolution against higher health care costs, higher gasoline prices, higher home heating oil prices, higher prices for everything on Main Street because of the sales tax called a tariff, which is being imposed upon all those goods. That's what they're afraid of, because they know that the voters are coming with pitchforks towards them this November, and they have to do something about it. So they call it the SAVE Act. But if there was a Section 5 of the Federal Trade Commission Unfair and Deceptive Act provision here, and it was applied properly, it would be called the Steal Act. The Steal the Election of 2026 Act. That's what they are doing on the Republican side. That's what they are trying to perpetrate upon the American people, upon our elections. They have to manipulate our elections through voter suppression, disenfranchisement, unconstitutional tactics to win in 2026 and in 2028 and beyond. As Trump says, they'll win every election if they can pass the SAVE Act. They won't have to worry anymore. And why is that? Because it's a craven effort to turn back the clock, institute a new modern-day Jim Crow, and take away the one right central to our democracy, and that is the right to vote. This legislation is dangerous, it is anti-democratic, and it is wrong. The Save America Act would impose unnecessary and overly restrictive voter ID requirements. It would require Americans to present a birth certificate or passport in person whenever they register to vote or whenever they need to update their registration. There's tens of millions of Americans without passports. There are tens of millions of Americans who don't have a birth certificate on them at all times. That's the goal of the Republicans. No, you can't vote today. We're going to make it impossible for you to vote. Now, the goal in America should be more people are voting. It's already too low. No, that's not the Republican Party's goal here. Their goal right now is fewer voters, lesser participation in our democracy. That's what they're trying to perpetrate upon our democracy right now. Because most Americans right now, they register to vote online, through the mail, or at their Department of Motor Vehicles. Only 6% of Americans register to vote in person at an election office. And the Republicans know this. And that's why they want to establish the new standard for everyone. It's like forcing everyone to use a fax machine to register to vote. It makes no sense, it's unnecessary, and it would only prevent people from participating in our democracy. The new requirement to present a photo ID at the polling place is more stringent than laws already on the books in all but one state in the country. If the SAVE Act, if the STEAL Act passes, it will be easier to buy a gun in many states than to vote. Can I say that again? The NRA does not want it to be difficult to buy a gun. Republicans go along with that. Red states, standards are very low to buy a gun. But to vote, oh, now they're concerned. Now we need standards which make it almost impossible for tens of millions of Americans to be able to comply. So just let that sink in. It would be easier to buy a gun than to exercise the most fundamental right of citizenship in our nation. And who would bear the brunt of this law? The 146 million Americans who do not have a valid passport. I had never been to Washington, D.C. before I was elected to the United States Congress. My father drove a truck for the Hood Milk Company. I ran when I was 29 years old for the United States Congress. And I won. And my first visit to Washington was to be sworn in as a member of the United States Congress when I was 30 years old. I not only had not been to Washington, I had never been any place outside of our country. I didn't have a passport, and I was a United States congressman. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's a bulletin for you. 146 million Americans do not have a valid passport. I know because I would have been one of them. That's nearly half of all American adults. The 69 million women who have changed their names after marriage and lack an updated birth certificate, they're out. Sorry. Oh, that's not the same name. You must have got married. Oh, sorry, can't vote today. Just using your maiden name here? I'm sorry, can't vote. Elderly voters who would be forced to navigate bureaucratic mazes to renew their voter registration in person. An 85-year-old who helped build this nation and has voted in every election for 60 years could suddenly be told, the ID you've been using your whole life is no longer sufficient. Prove it again, or you don't get to vote. Do you know who else loses? Big-time Black and brown communities who already face preceding, already existing high barriers to their being able to vote in too many states in our country. Young people who could no longer rely on their student IDs to vote. Disabled voters who may face challenges in getting to polling places. Native Americans whose tribal IDs may be rejected for registration to vote and then for actually voting. That's their goal. You can see which one of the groups in our country they're trying to dissuade. You can see which of all of these subgroups of Americans they are going to create barriers to their ability to go into the polling places. How about a working American who would be forced to miss more shifts to exercise their right to vote? Rural voters who would have to travel for hours to satisfy the strict in-person registration requirements. LGBTQ Americans who face hurdles in obtaining accurate IDs that match their gender identity. So instead of free and fair elections, it is bought and paid for elections. Instead of one person, one vote, it's one white person, one vote. And everyone else gets shown to the door. So sorry, you can't vote here today. Take, for example, a constituent of mine, a woman who legally changed her name nearly 50 years ago. Her birth certificate no longer matches her legal identity. But now, the President of the United States and Republicans want to force her to dig through decades-old documents just to prove she has the right to cast a ballot. So give us a break. Huh? We know what you're doing here. You're trying to disenfranchise that woman. You don't want her to show up. We know what you're trying to do. Or take a service member who has been serving their country bravely. Under the SAVE Act, under the Steal Elections Act, a military ID alone would not suffice to prove citizenship because non-citizens can also serve in the military. Can you imagine that? Somebody has served for 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 20 years. They show up at the polling place, show their military ID, and they're told, sorry, that doesn't count. It counted to send them overseas. It counted to put their lives in danger, but it doesn't count to be able to vote. Well, this is, without question, all part of a pattern which has been created by the Republicans, and we had a hearing today in the Supreme Court just as a continuation of that plan to reduce participation in elections in our country, because without, for example, that military official who is now standing there trying to explain why they should be able to vote, they have to provide a military record of service showing the United States as the place of their birth. And without that document, a service member who's been risking their life on behalf of our country may find themselves shut out of the voting process. So under this bill, a service member can deploy overseas, carry classified credentials, the top secrets of the United States, defend our democracy, but come home and be told their military ID is not sufficient for that service person to engage in our democracy after they've spent their entire life protecting us and they have a military ID to prove it. Or take a young person who just went off to college and is eager to become a first-time voter. The student hasn't yet left the country and has never had a passport, and under the Save America Act, they're also not allowed to use their student ID. But by the time they apply and receive their passport, the voter registration deadline has passed, and they won't be able to cast that first ballot they were so excited about. So just think about that. The student is in one of our great universities across the country. They think that they're going to be able to register and vote where they're going to school, and they have a student ID, and now they're told, you cannot vote. You have to get a passport, which that student has never had. Let's take a single working mom who just moved home. This new law might force her to re-register to vote in person due to her address change. Although she has the required documents, she is unable to find the time between her shifts and taking care of her children to visit an election office in person. On the day she does show up to the polls to cast her vote after losing a day of work, she is told she cannot vote. This bill is unconscionable. It is un-American. It is actually unworkable. But that's not deterring the Republicans. They have a goal. They want to save their seats. They want to lower the participation in the elections this year and in the 2028 election cycle. That's what it's all about. Steal elections. That's all it's about. And this bill itself, it doesn't test whether you're eligible to vote. It tests whether you can outmaneuver unnecessary red tape, whether you have the time and the resources and the documentation to satisfy a system designed just to say no. We cannot become a country that cares about representation for some instead of representation for everyone. The future and the strength of our democracy depend on every single American being heard at the ballot box, not just those who Donald Trump and his MAGA supporters deem as worthy to be able to vote. The Save America Act would also force states to hand over super-sensitive voter data to the Department of Homeland Security. So just think about this. Kristi Noem, by the way, we're still celebrating Kristi Noem got fired day. Kristi Noem and whoever her successor might be, they would have access to all of this voter data. This would give Trump unprecedented power to interfere in local elections, conveniently just before the 2026 elections, as Trump is down at 40% favorability and looking at a landslide heading his way, a tsunami of voters ready to change the control of the House and Senate. So are any of these provisions an accident? No. This is design. You know, there's such a thing that Daniel Patrick Moynihan, great senator who served here, he used to call something when he didn't want to help something or hurt something, he said that people should just act in benign neglect of the problem. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about designed neglect. It's a plan. It's a plan that they are putting together. The Save America Act, the Steal the Election Act is a calculated effort by Trump and MAGA Republicans to erect barriers between American citizens and their fundamental democratic rights. Republicans can claim that this bill is meant to combat voter fraud or to prevent non-citizens from voting, but the truth is that non-citizens already cannot vote in state and federal elections. They run the risk of criminal prosecution if they vote in our country. In this climate, with the way the immigrant community is being terrorized and targeted, the last thing non-citizens want to do is to register with the federal government to vote or to open themselves up to criminal penalties because they are not qualified to vote. It is absolutely absurd to think otherwise. States already implement many checks to ensure that only citizens are allowed to vote. And despite numerous studies and audits and investigations over the years, it has been determined that non-citizens voting is very, 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 very rare. It is not a problem. I'll tell you what is a problem. High oil prices, that's a problem. High healthcare prices, that's a problem. High tariff taxes on small businesses by the millions across our country, that's a big problem. Inflation going up, that's a big problem. Unemployment going up, that's a big problem. Are we debating that on the floor? Are the Republicans having hearings on the Iran war? Are they having hearings on skyrocketing oil prices? No, they're not. They're having the Senate now for over a week debate something that is very, 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 very rare. And they're trying to make a big crisis out of it. Why is that? Because they want to misdirect everyone's attention away from the real crises of oil and healthcare and Iran and tariffs and all the other messes which they have created this year. It's strictly a distraction. It's a wag the dog. It's to take everyone's attention away from the actual issues that are harming families in our country right now, on which we have no hearings. None. None. Because there's absolutely no evidence that supports Trump and the MAGA Republican conspiracies that non-citizens are voting at a large scale. It is simply false. It is a ghost story told for political purposes, used to justify laws whose real function has nothing to do with election security and everything to do with election outcomes, so that the Republicans are not punished for their economic policies, for their foreign policy mistakes which they are making, for which they do not want to be held accountable. The Save America Act is a solution in search of a problem. But it is worse than that. It is a distraction from American efforts to strip millions of eligible Americans from their right to vote. And why do they want to do that? I've got 5 reasons. 5 reasons why the Republicans want to accomplish this goal of disenfranchising millions of Americans. Number 1, so that they can continue to give handouts and tax cuts to billionaire CEOs while making it harder for millions of Americans to get access to Medicaid and Medicare and affordable health care, and looting by the trillions the money from health care for ordinary families to give over to the billionaires who do not need it. Reason number 1. Reason number 2, so they can continue their vendetta against the wind and solar energy industry, the all-electric vehicle industry, so that big oil and big gas can make bigger profits off of the hard-earned cash of American citizens, because they will be forced to buy all gasoline-powered cars, and the oil companies can tip them upside down and shake money out of their pockets at the pump. But they don't want that reversed. They don't want solar and wind and all-electric vehicles to be the future. No, that's reason number 2. Reason number 3, so they can continue to give billions of dollars to ICE to terrorize immigrants while trampling on the constitutional rights of our communities. Right now, we have masked agents across our country not wearing cameras and violating constitutional rights that were built in to the Constitution during the American Revolution and its aftermath. And they just hate the idea that they would have to comply with those constitutional safeguards that have matured and been codified over the centuries. Number 4, they can continue to operate a pay-to-play pardon system where fraudsters and friends and supporters of the president can essentially buy their way out of convictions and jail time. Number 5, so they can keep raising prices at home while raising countries abroad, and to do so without a peep coming out of the majority in the House and the Senate, because that's where we are right now. We have a Senate, we have a Republican leadership which has been supine for the first 15 months of this second Trump administration. They have shown no courage. It is almost as though they had a vertebrae bypass operation that has made it impossible for them to be able to stand up to the illegal, to the corrupt, to the absolute disgraceful foreign policy from Venezuela to Greenland to Iran and on and on and on that Trump has been engaging in without a peep out of the Republican Party. There's only 3 things you need in politics: backbone, backbone, and backbone. And what do they want on their side? They don't want to be held accountable for their lack of backbone. And the only way they can do that is reduce the number of people who vote this year. Don't allow for there to be a change of government by suppressing the votes of those who are most likely to be angry at what they have been doing to our country over the last 15 months. Trump has thrown us into an illegal, reckless war, which is costing lives abroad, costing hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer dollars, costing American families at the pump, in home heating oil, in airline tickets, in grocery prices, and in every other monthly bill. It's just going to ripple through our entire economy because he has created a global energy apocalypse. And every time Americans go to the pump, they are in for a crude awakening, courtesy of Donald Trump's illegal war in Iran. The average price at the pump right now is $1 higher than it was just 4 weeks ago. Cumulatively, Americans spent $2.6 billion more last week than they did on gasoline before the war started. And $2.6 billion, it could pay for a lot of solar on more than 853,000 homes without any incentives. $2.6 billion could pay for about 350,000 drivers to use the electric vehicle tax rebate, which would insulate drivers from these crazy oil spikes. Home heating oil prices are up by $1.20 a gallon in Massachusetts, which many families rely on to heat their homes. That means $350 more to fill up their tank, and it's still cold in Massachusetts in the winter. So $500 more for gasoline over the course of the year, $350 more just to fill up their tank, and all as they watch television at night and watch a war going on in Iran that so far has had no public rationale that makes any sense whatsoever, and the Republicans refusing to even have hearings so that we can cross-examine the rationale, if it existed at all, that Trump is using in order to perpetrate this insane war and its consequences, not only on the Middle East, but on the entire planet. Oil prices go up like a rocket, but they come down like a feather. So we're going to see this price of oil in our economy that's going to go on for months and months and months. And when the president says he needs $200 billion more, well, it's costing $2 billion a day to run the war. So that means at least 100 days more, 2 billion times 100 days. That takes us into the summer. He's asking the Republican senators to give him enough money to fight the war into the middle of the summer, which means the price of oil is just going to continue to go up and up and up like a rocket, and people are going to be standing there with the pump in their hands, with the nozzle in their car, and they're going to be looking up at that price as it goes up and up and up and up, as this war goes on. So experts say that Donald Trump's illegal war has now caused the largest oil supply disruption in the history of the world. Can I say that again? Donald Trump has caused the largest oil supply disruption in the history of the world, and he has yet to explain successfully what the rationale for that war is. So to me, Trump's entire reign has caused the largest corruption in modern American history because his entire presidency has been a disaster for American families. Even before the war, electricity prices were up by as much as 13%. Can I say that again? People are paying their bills across the country. 13% increase in electricity bills last year under Trump. And now those attacks on natural gas facilities in the Middle East are spiking prices worldwide, spikes that will likely hit American utility bills soon as U.S. natural gas exports surge to chase the highest price on the international market, which has been the goal of the natural gas industry right from the beginning. And by the way, Trump is just a wholly owned subsidiary of the natural gas industry. He said to them in April of 2024, if you raise me $1 billion, I will make sure that I kill all of the environmental laws in the country, all of the incentives for wind and solar and all electric vehicles. So that's cash and carry, man. They raised the money, and now we're living with the consequences of just having a total dependence upon those industries that Donald Trump said were going to make America greater. No. We are right now hostage to the oil industry, hostage to the natural gas industry. They can charge whatever they want. This whole idea that he created energy independence for us? No, the price of oil and gas is set on a global market, not in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And I think every American now understands that because these big oil vultures are already circulating, looking to scavenge their profits at the expense of every consumer, every family in our country. Major oil and gas companies are poised to reap record profits this year from higher prices as Americans reap devastating losses. So Americans are going to be paying $2 billion a day in taxes for the war, $2 billion more each week for higher gasoline prices, and I'm not even talking about home heating oil prices. I'm not talking about jet fuel prices. I'm not talking about natural gas prices for people's homes. So the rich are going to get richer, and the rest are going to pay taxes and their skyrocketing energy bills. That's what he's left us with. Do the Republicans want to debate that? No, they do not want to debate that. Is that all the American people want us to debate? Yes, please put that front and center. Please let me know when this ends. When does this chaos and corruption end in its impact upon the lives of every family in our country? So let's just be clear. Big oil only serves as a destabilizing force in global politics. Not a stabilizing, but destabilizing force. This entire conflict is a reminder that our continued dependence on fossil fuels pulls the world towards instability, it pulls it towards conflict, and the lesson is clear. We must transition rapidly to clean energy sources that cannot be blocked or bombed or weaponized. In reality, wind and solar are the fastest growing electricity sources in history because they just make sense. In 2025, renewables made up over 88% of all new electricity generation in the United States. In 2025, the U.S. added more than 50,000 megawatts of new solar and wind capacity compared to just under 5,000 megawatts of new natural gas capacity. 10 times more. You know who hates that? The natural gas industry. You know who gave half a billion dollars to Donald Trump? The natural gas industry. And what was the promise that they wanted back from him? We will kill the solar industry. We will kill the wind industry. We will kill all of those industries who are an existential threat to our business model. And we're now living with the consequences of that. So just let me repeat that for the fossil fuel apologists. New solar is cheaper than simply operating an existing coal-burning plant in our country. Onshore wind, half the cost of building new gas plants. This isn't about ideology. This is just about arithmetic. It's not complicated. It's cheaper to do onshore wind. And yet Trump and Republicans are failing basic arithmetic. Not math. This is not trigonometry. This is not calculus. This is not algebra. It's just arithmetic. It's very simple. We were in an energy crisis already before the war because of AI data centers, which are demanding record electricity, while Trump and Republicans have done everything possible to destroy American-made cheap, clean energy, leaving Americans dependent on the expensive fossil fuels whose prices are now skyrocketing. And now we're in an even bigger crisis. Trump may be crushing American manufacturing, but he sure is good at manufacturing an energy price hike for every American, every small business in our country. We have to invest in true independence, electric and fuel-efficient vehicles, cheap, clean energy and battery storage made in the United States, and energy-efficient technologies that do more with less. And you know what Trump says? Oh, that's all socialism. That's socialism for wind and solar, tax breaks for all-electric vehicles. That's socialism. Well, what do you call 100 years of tax breaks for the oil, gas, and coal industry? I call that socialism. And all we're asking for is some of that socialism for the competitive technologies that have been attacked and stopped for 100 years by the fossil fuel industry. That's all we're asking for, and that's what we have been denied. And that's why they don't want to have any hearings. That's why they don't want to discuss what's going on in the Persian Gulf. That's why they don't want to discuss the Strait of Hormuz. That's why they don't want to discuss how we are hostage to the price of energy that comes out of the Middle East. And the only way to break that dependence was solar and wind and all-electric vehicles that don't need any fossil fuels whatsoever. But because of Trump, because of the Republicans, they voted on this floor last July to kill all of those industries. Kill them. They don't want to have that discussion right now. They know that they would be on the defensive. They know that they'd be backing away from the microphones while they try to explain why they would kill something that would actually break our dependence upon imported oil, break our dependence upon natural gas, break our dependence upon coal. And by the way, we do import oil into the United States. Mr. President, you may not know that, but it's coming in from Canada, it's coming in from Mexico, it's coming in from Venezuela. Just so you know, Mr. President, sometimes it's a bulletin to you that we're part of a global oil marketplace that you are part and parcel of. Foreign dictators and authoritarian regimes cannot stop the sun from shining or the wind from blowing, but they can disrupt oil and gas supplies. Electricity generated by solar panels can't get stuck in the Straits of Hormuz. Electricity generated by our offshore wind plants can't be bombed by drones in Kuwait. The Save America Act, the Steal the Election of 2026 Act is a classic shock and awe. Trump is trying to distract us from the cost he has created by bombing Iran, costing lives, costing hundreds of billions to fund his war, and costing us at the pump, at the airport, and at the grocery store. And he's just become so desperate, so fearful that he is going to lose, that he is absolutely willing to suppress the vote of especially minority voters in our country, because he knows that otherwise he will probably lose in Georgia. He will probably lose in Ohio this fall, that we will have a revolution that is heading his way. So that is what this is all about here today. And it's millionaires and billionaires, and greedy corporate executives, and corrupt cronies against the voters. And that's why the Democrats are not going to go away. We're going to stand up. We're going to fight. We're going to make sure that the American people understand what is at stake right now and why we cannot allow the Republicans, the MAGA base, and President Trump to pass this legislation, because it would fundamentally be the end of democracy in our country. And how do I know that? Trump says it himself, that he would suppress the votes to an extent where they would never lose an election again. So that's where we are. It's a moment in history. There's a nostalgia that some people have for a past that never existed, instead of the ideals which we need to fight for the poor and the sick and the elderly and the immigrant communities, because for them the past is just a memory and the future is their hard reality. And that's what we are standing here today to fight, to protect. The protections for their hard reality. And that can only be protected is if we stop the SAVE Act, if we stop the Steal This Election Act, if we stop the Save Our Asses Act, which the Republicans are seeking to pass on the Senate floor today. With that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the senator from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to join my colleagues to oppose the attempt by the President and his allies in Congress to effectively disenfranchise millions of Americans through their so-called Save America Act. But more than that, Mr. President, I rise to join my fellow Granite Staters and the majority of freedom-loving Americans to ask a question more fundamental. I have strong issues with this legislation, which I'll discuss, but more than any provision, what I object to today is what this move, to make it harder for more citizens of all ages to vote, reveals about the President's undemocratic impulse, an impulse that dominates and motivates this President in a way that distinguishes him from all of his predecessors. In short, I rise today because I believe that it is worth asking, why is it that the leader of the free world, the President of the world's greatest democracy, is so invested in spending his truly precious time making it harder for Americans to vote? In the live free or die state, we know that elections serve as the best means to hold elected leaders to account. In other words, elections are the very basis of self-government of, by, and for the people. That's the basic compact in a democracy. If a leader fails to deliver on his promises, fails to govern well, or fails in conduct or character, then citizens use their votes to hold him to account and vote him out. That's what makes a democracy different. We have the means to self-correct and to improve, unlike any other form of government. Democracy is the best form of government not because we have always been perfect, but because we always have the capacity to be more perfect. With each generation, we've worked to more fully realize our Declaration of Independence's promise. The right to vote has steadily expanded until it was finally bestowed upon all Americans. We've had setbacks along the way. Progress has often been slower than we would like, but the majority of Americans have understood, as President Kennedy said, that democracy is not a final achievement, but an untiring effort. And it has always been an effort that required nothing less than what our founders pledged: the lives, fortunes, and sacred honors of each generation of Americans. But it appears that this president thinks that America's great democratic experiment has gone too far, that far too many Americans are making their voices heard for his liking. Over the course of our history, we've had presidents disagree on just about every issue. But in our modern history, ever since we passed critical civil rights and voting rights legislation, presidents in both parties have agreed that our country's operation as a democracy is non-negotiable, and that we are all better off when more and more Americans vote. Now, though, we have the first president in these modern times who is trying to make it harder for eligible voters to vote. President Trump's anti-voting crusade raises a fundamental question. Why is the president of the world's greatest democracy so invested in making it harder for Americans to vote? Well, the answer is simple. The president wants fewer Americans to vote because he's the first president in American history who does not believe that he is accountable to them, the American people, we the people. Because only a president who believes that he is not accountable to the people would try to restrict the people's ability to hold him to account. Leaders who believe that they answer to we the people do not try to overrule the people's voice and the people's vote by seeking to overturn a free and fair election. Leaders who believe that they answer to the people do not try to silence free speech. They don't use the heavy hand of government to drive critics off the airwaves because they made jokes that the president doesn't like. Leaders who believe that they answer to the people don't use the Justice Department and the FBI to exact revenge on their political foes. They don't seek to extend the long arm of the law into an iron fist of injustice. Leaders who believe that they answer to the people don't defy court orders, they don't disregard the Constitution, nor do they ignore laws passed by the people's representatives and snatch from their hands the powers of the purse, taking away the people's money. They don't send our heroes in uniform into harm's way without the people's consent, nor do they launch trade wars against our own allies on the basis of nothing but their own ego and whim. They don't revel in power and self-aggrandizement, nor do their references to dictators drip with admiration. And let's be very clear. Leaders who believe that they answer to we the people, leaders who believe that they're accountable to the people and who understand that it is freedom and democracy that make America great, they don't incite a mob to storm the Capitol, to storm this very chamber, to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to stop the count and silence the votes of the American people. And they certainly don't spend their first day on the job pardoning the mob of convicted criminals who stormed the Capitol and assaulted brave police officers. Take these actions each as one or take them all together. Everyone in this body knows that not only has no other president behaved this way, but that no one can describe these acts as resembling anything close to patriotism. Not in a country that loves freedom as much as ours does. The President of the United States of America is supposed to embody our love of freedom, of American democracy. But today, it's an open question as to whether this president actually believes in democracy and the consent of the governed. This shouldn't be a question that any American even has to consider, but we're compelled to consider it today. So look, we can pretend that this is politics as usual, but all of my colleagues know that no president in our modern history, if ever, up until now, has possessed such a stark anti-democratic impulse, or has been so disdainful of the people's voices, of our laws and liberties, when they run counter to his own will. And for those who disagree, I direct you to the walls and windows around this great building, scarred by bullet holes just 5 years ago, that remind us otherwise. It's worth noting that the only reason the Save America Act, this legislation to purge voters that the president doesn't like from the rolls, the only reason it's even on the floor is that the president won't give up on the lie that the 2020 election was stolen. And he's continuing this same singularly dishonorable brand of lies as we head into this year's midterm. What the majority in this body is doing, therefore, is nothing short of a large, elaborate, expensive bit of legislative play acting all because there appear to be no people in the president's orbit to find the courage to summon the words, "I'm sorry, Mr. President, but you are wrong." That unwillingness to speak truth to power is how lies become truths, and how bills that are nothing less than solutions in search of a problem get written. Now, the president can delude himself. That doesn't mean that the rest of us have to do so as well. There are legitimate debates to be had about election reforms, including voter ID laws, but not when the laws are seemingly designed by legislators to discourage or bar people from voting. Not when the law is passed upon the orders of a president, as he himself has said, as the means to win a midterm election. Now, my colleagues have spoken at length about the details of this bill, so I won't spend too long relitigating them here. But in short, this bill would require all voters to register using either their birth certificate or their passport. Now, only half of Americans even have a passport. It's been estimated that 3.8 million American citizens do not currently have either of these documents in their possession. To put that number in perspective, a bit more than 826,000 Granite Staters voted in the last presidential election. So this bill says that a great swath of American citizens, close to 5 times the number of total votes cast in New Hampshire last election, shouldn't be allowed to vote next time. What's more, this bill would virtually end absentee voting as we know it, which is how 1 in 3 American citizens vote. That's tens of millions of Americans. Who are these Americans whose liberties the president would effectively dispense with? Well, they're both Democrats and Republicans. Many are older Americans. Some have long since lost their birth certificates and don't do the kind of traveling that require passports. Some have chronic conditions or disabilities that require them to vote by mail. Some are people who work 12-hour shifts or who have long commutes to their jobs. Others are veterans who are as patriotic as any American alive, but spend most of their time at home these days, living in the country far from the nearest polling place. And they've been voting by mail longer than some in this body have even been alive. In the end, all of them are Americans, and their right to vote is sacred. It was won through sacrifice in wars abroad and given renewed meaning at places like Seneca Falls and Selma here at home. Should the so-called Save America Act pass and be signed into law, fewer Americans, people who have worked hard and paid their taxes their whole lives, will be able to vote than before. It will be harder for a substantial number of Americans to vote. If this bill is enacted, there will be more Americans who, in practice, will have less of a voice in our democracy. They will be less free. The number of Americans who will lose their ability to vote may well be in the millions. Now, perhaps some will eventually find a way to jump through all the new legal hoops and cut through all the red tape and get their ballot in. But even if it becomes a relatively few number who remain unable to navigate these new barriers, we're still talking about law-abiding, tax-paying Americans who will lose their ability to vote, even as citizens of the world's greatest democracy. If this bill passes, it will also represent an enormous deviation in our history. Our country's progress has been marked by a history in which more and more Americans in each ensuing generation, have gained the right to vote. But if this legislation passes, President Trump will be the first president to turn that progress back, to work to restrict the right to vote, and to take it away, in practice, from a great swath of Americans. Among those impacted in particular will be women. This bill makes it harder for women to register to vote should they have changed their name when they married, a name that will be different than what appears on their birth certificate. Now, perhaps this is a simple hurdle that the administration would move with great speed to help women resolve. But I cannot see myself extending the benefit of the doubt on the rights and freedom of American women to an administration that has worked hard to take away a woman's most fundamental freedom, the freedom to make her own health care decisions. This bill would also require all states to hand over their voter rolls, including names, addresses, and Social Security numbers, to the president. To do this under any administration would be a move that raises concern, but particularly with this administration, it would be an act of supreme recklessness. Because why should any American trust their Social Security number to an administration whose internet privacy standards involve leaking war plans over an insecure signal chat? To have one's personal information handled by the chaotic band of untrained, unchecked, and unprofessional political appointees that ran enterprises like Doge would be as wise as to staff the local fire department with a brigade of arsonists. So this bill is, on substance, exceedingly harmful and unjust. It should be rejected. However, I return to my original question. With all the challenges in the world, why this bill? Why now? Why is the president so determined to make it harder for Americans to vote? I understand, in a way, why the president does not wish to be held accountable by the American people. It's because he's failed to deliver to the American people. Because, of course, in a democracy, at some point, a leader has to deliver. Autocrats don't. Do you think in Putin's Russia that in the depths of the Kremlin somewhere, they're drawing up plans for measures similar to the Americans with Disability Act or the PACT Act? Of course not. A dictator doesn't need to make people's lives better. There's no one to hold him to account, no one to push him to deliver. But a democracy is different. In a democracy, talk can win an election, but without results, a leader can lose a nation. And 1 year in, this president has lost the majority of Americans. The president came into office with big promises, boasts, really, about how he would single-handedly bring down high costs. Now, of course, I disagree with the president strongly on many issues, and I didn't vote for him. But I was willing to, and continue to be willing on a bipartisan basis, find ways to work with my colleagues in the Senate to help bring relief to American families. But President Trump has chosen a very different course. The president is trying to silence the votes and voices of the American people because he doesn't want to be held to account, because he thinks he's above the people, and he does not want to hear what they have to say. He does not want to hear that this is not a nation entering a golden age, that instead, to paraphrase Thomas Paine some 250 years after he first coined the phrase, our nation is entering a time that tries citizens' souls. We're entering a new American crisis. It's a crisis of costs. The American people have been clamoring for relief. Relief from high grocery bills and energy costs. Relief from high rent and steep mortgages. Relief from a health care system that forces families to choose between being sick and dying or healthy and in debt. Our country was already in an affordability crisis, but the president, rather than solving problems, has made it worse. He chose to take away health care from millions of Americans. He chose to make premiums surge for tens of millions more. He did all this while giving billionaires a tax break. Some people call this tax break unpaid for, but in some ways it's worse. The tax breaks for billionaires will be paid for. It will be paid for by our children burdened with trillions in debt. And it will be paid for by every person who gets sick, who might have been healthy had the president not taken away their health care. A toll summarized less on budget sheets and more on the faces of loved ones in hospital waiting rooms. Americans want to go to the grocery store without grimacing at the cash register. But the president launched senseless trade wars against our allies and imposed illegal and costly tariffs that make everything more expensive. Virtually every entrepreneur I talked to in New Hampshire has felt the burden of tariffs one way or another. Some businesses have closed their doors altogether. These trade wars should be a reminder to my Republican colleagues that a politics that exists simply to flatter the president's ego does not come without a cost. And it is a cost borne by the people to whom he has sworn an oath to serve. And now the costs of this presidency have become even higher as gas prices surge. It's as if the president is searching for new ways to make life less affordable. The truth is simple. It costs more to be an American under President Trump. The American people asked for lower costs. The president instead gave them a steeper bill. It's no surprise that a man who has only made the crisis of high costs even worse under his watch does not wish to answer to the people. He can lie about stolen elections. It is harder to lie about the numbers Americans see printed on the very receipts that they hold in their hands. Under this president, we're also awash in a crisis of corruption. While Americans lose more of their paychecks to high costs and tariffs, the president rakes in billions in exchange for political favors. Because in Donald Trump's America, it is easier for someone rich to buy a pardon than it is for millions of Americans to afford to buy their prescriptions. And perhaps the cause of most alarm, we face a crisis as a country because the president has realized that he is at his strongest when America is most divided. There are great and challenging things that we need to do as a country. A new 21st century economy to build, costs to bring down, diseases to cure, veterans to care for. But we can do none of these things because we have to fight to keep our head above water in floods of the president's own making. And because the president tries to get us to spend our days fighting each other. I'm not surprised that the president doesn't want to be held accountable by the people. I'm not surprised that the president wants fewer Americans to vote, because on his watch, our country has become less affordable, our people less healthy, our world more chaotic, our government more corrupt, and our people more angry. Of course he doesn't want to hear what the American people have to say. So yes, it is deeply telling that in this moment of American crisis, both self-inflicted by this administration and otherwise, President Trump has decided that above all else, the most important priority is not to bring down people's costs or make their lives better. It's to try and restrict their right to vote. What ultimately does the president's obsessive focus on trying to pass this bill above all others truly reveal? Sometimes it's as simple as it appears. The president wants to pass into law a bill that will allow fewer Americans to vote because he actually wants fewer Americans to vote. It was President Reagan who said that the right to vote is the crown jewel of American liberties, and we will not see its luster diminished. We shall find out soon if his words remain true. The American people, they've always known how precious the right to vote is. The American people, they'll wait in long lines even on a cold November morning to vote, but they'll do more than just that. They'll join the suffragists and rally and petition to do whatever it takes until the ballot belongs to America's daughters and not just her sons. Americans will fill out their ballots while stationed at a foreign post in trenches in France or in the jungles of the Pacific and ship them back home as soon as they can, just so that they can make sure their vote gets counted, casting their ballots halfway across the world as they fight to ensure that others can have the freedom to vote at all. Americans won't just stand in line at a polling station to vote, they'll march to vote, even if it means going down to Selma, just as Granite Staters from St. Anselm's College did when they joined Dr. King's marchers, even if it means trying to cross a bridge 3 times, even if it means enduring Bloody Sunday. Voting is not just an American right, it's an American habit, it's an American prayer. We do all this because most Americans understand what the president does not, that voting is the most American thing anyone can do. I oppose the Save America Act because of its provisions, yes. But what I object to the most about this bill to restrict the right to vote is what it says about the current state of the American presidency and our democracy. That an American president would try to pass this bill is an outrage. Rather than work to pass this bill, the president would instead be wise to remember the words of his great predecessor, Abraham Lincoln, who said that in leaving the people's business in their own hands, we cannot be wrong. This law has been called the Save America Act. It's a striking name to me because when I think of when America has needed to be saved, I think of our determination to be saved from British tyranny and our fight for independence, our need to be saved from the Depression or economic hardship, from disunion or division. But apparently, this president thinks that America needs to be saved from her own voters, that America needs to be saved from we the people. I also think it's worth noting what the Save America Act will not save. It will not save American families from paying more for their groceries or at the pump. It will not save the small business that has had to close its doors because the president decided to launch senseless trade wars against our friends. It will not save a young couple money on their down payment when they're trying to buy their first home, not as long as we have a president who would rather build monuments to honor his name than help our country build more homes that people can afford to live in. It will not save a single American from pricey health care premiums, nor will it save the future lives lost to diseases that could have been treated had the president not fired America's best doctors and researchers. It will not save our children from burdensome debt tomorrow to pay for tax giveaways to billionaires today. And it will not save America from the dangers of dictators like Vladimir Putin, whom the president still vainly tries to appease. But more than that, this law won't save America from the flames of division that the president so often fans, from the meanness and coarseness that he revels in. It will not save America from the march of extremism or the grip of conspiracy. It will not save us from more discouraging broadcasts of the nightly news, of watching our supposed leaders with disbelief, of wondering just how much higher prices will soar. It won't save a young girl who wanted to get involved in public service, wanted to help her country, from becoming disillusioned when she sees what happens in Washington these days, from wondering if our country's politics can offer anything of promise or if only cynicism reigns. And it will not save an old veteran from shaking his head and asking what yet might happen to his country he loves, in whose service he risked so much. This law, in short, won't save our fellow Americans, certainly not from high costs. It will not save America. This law seeks to save nothing but the president's political fortunes. Because in the end, one does not save America by ensuring that fewer Americans vote. One cannot save America by making America less free. Does this body wish to save America? To learn to become a country once more? To do great things together once more? The answer remains what it's always been. Don't restrict the right to vote. Don't turn to answers from the would-be strongman. Instead, leave the saving to we the people and put it in their hands. When we do that, truly, as Lincoln said, we cannot be wrong, and we cannot go wrong. Thank you, Mr. President, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oklahoma.
Is the Senate currently in a quorum call?
Yes, it is.
I'd ask the unanimous consent to set aside.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, in just a few moments, this body will vote for the next Secretary of Homeland Security. It happens to be a friend of mine. His name is Mark Wayne Mullin. Mark Wayne Mullin's the pride of Westville, Oklahoma, which ironically enough is the easternmost town in our state. On a normal day, there are more people inside the United States Capitol than there are in Westville, all of Westville, Oklahoma. But it's a bunch of really nice folks that work really hard. And Mark Wayne Mullin has risen from being a country boy on a cow-calf operation with his dad, running a very small plumbing company, to now being nominated and tonight being confirmed as our next Secretary of Homeland Security. Graduated from Stillwell High School, but the most important thing wasn't his graduation from Stillwell High School, it's the girl that he met in the 3rd grade. In the 3rd grade, he fell in love with Christy, and they waited all the way until she was 18 and he was 19 before they got married. And now, decades later, and 6 children later, that proud family will now be the lead family to be able to serve to keep every family safe in the country. The responsibility in Homeland Security is dramatic. There's 250,000 people, federal employees, that work for the Department of Homeland Security. It's a massive operation and is incredibly important to our country, and I think he will be a terrific leader for it. He not only loves our country, he's passionate about security. He served in the House of Representatives for a decade and has now served in this body for 3 years. He spent a lot of time on the issues of national security. He's done a lot of research in that area. He's worked to be able to pass the bills that actually fund Homeland Security, and now he will be the one to actually implement those same bills. So he is keenly aware of the law and the issues that he will actually be carrying out. Interestingly enough, Mark Wayne Mullin is a member of the Cherokee Nation. He's actually the 2nd senator ever to serve in this body that's a member of the Cherokee Nation, but there's not been a Cherokee that's actually been in the Senate for more than 2 decades. Cherokee Nation, the leadership, sent in a letter with their overwhelming support for him and for what he has done in his awareness of the tribal issues, as well as all just national issues and family issues. He has been my friend that we've worked side by side on a lot of issues. I will never forget, multiple years ago, my wife, Mark Wayne and his wife, Christy, the 4 of us sitting down for a dinner in a quiet place, in a booth in the middle of a restaurant, just to talk. Because Mark Wayne was thinking about saying, I'm done with all of this chaos that's in Congress. And he was actually praying through what to do next. And it was over that dinner that the 4 of us just talked and visited, prayed together, and he determined I'm going to stay at it because there's more work to be done. And I'm glad he did. In the days ahead, the nation will be glad that he did, because I think he'll make a fantastic Secretary of Homeland Security. As we approach this moment, I can't help but also note a challenge that he's going to walk into on day 1. Because when he walks in tomorrow morning into a new office, into a new role, being sworn in, there will not be funding for the people around him. The staff that will be there working alongside of him won't have been paid for more than a month. And this is not an anomaly for them. As of this week, half of the fiscal year, Homeland Security employees have not been paid. Half of the fiscal year. They face 43 days without any paycheck, and they're at 37 days now. Half of the year, they've not been paid. As of this week, it will be 6 paychecks they've either lost entirely or partially. This body has the responsibility to solve this problem. And as Mark Wayne steps in to be able to lead so capably in Homeland Security, it is the responsibility of this body to be able to make sure that Homeland Security actually has the funding that it needs to be able to protect the nation. So my expectation is twofold tonight. One is that we will confirm my friend Mark Wayne Mullin, and he'll be the next secretary. And the other one is, soon, we will finish this argument and we will resolve our differences. And so the fine folks that work at Homeland Security in all areas, whether it be Coast Guard, Secret Service, whether it be FEMA, whether it be TSA, yes, even ICE and Customs and Border Protection, who wherever they may be, that their families can also reap the benefit of their service by actually getting a paycheck. What a novel idea. Let's finish the task tonight. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the confirmation vote for Senator Mark Wayne Mullin to be the Secretary of Homeland Security right now.
Without objection. The question occurs on a nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullin, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Asa, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Cornyn, Fetterman, Langford, Lee, Moreno, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Tuberville, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt, Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, Merkley, Murphy, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Mullin, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Paul, no.
That has not been touched. I don't like ice. Oh, wow. All right, so I got to get you
Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
Got it. On this vote, the ayes are 54, the nays are 45. The nomination of Mark Wayne Mullin of Oklahoma to be Secretary of Homeland Security is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made laid upon the table. The President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. That's right. The clerk will report the motion to vote cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Colin McDonald of California to be an Assistant Attorney General, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Colin McDonald of California to be Assistant Attorney General shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory. Under the rule, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Gotcha. Thank you. I got you. Ms. Baldwin.
Or shall I?
Okay.
Mr. Banks.
Hold on a second. Thank you. Get the crowd.
Mr. Barrasso. Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll shoot you the little, I get a little video, you know, like, but, so, right. Hi. You know, this one's I go to yes. Good. And I know him well.
Great. I did. Thank you very much. Mr. Bennett.
Did you know it was going to be signed? So good. Anyways, so yeah. Now we got to try and pass it into law, right? I mean, but this it'll be litigated. This is really for 3 years.
Mr. Blumenthal.
Anyways, Steve, it was a really good.
Mr. Booker.
Come on, man.
Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.